Good afternoon, and thanks for joining us right here on KHOU 11 Plus. I'm Devon Rahming, and this afternoon we're following protests happening right now across the Houston area. Now, this is all part of what organizers are calling the No Kings Day of Action. It's a nationwide demonstration with thousands of events planned across all 50 states, and organizers are calling it a peaceful pushback against government overreach, while Republican figures like House Speaker Mike Johnson are calling it a Hate America rally. Meanwhile, closer to home, Governor Greg Abbott announced on Thursday he would be sending the Texas Department of Public Safety and National Guard troops to rallies across the state. We're going to have live updates at the top of every hour right here on KHOU 11 Plus. But before we take you to the live rally, we want to wish you a warning. Obviously, we're going to be taking you through a live demonstration, and our crews in the field will be doing their best to avoid showing anything that could be considered offensive. All right, with that being said, KHOU 11's Michelle Choi is now live at Discovery Green, where the rally just started. And Michelle, go ahead and set the scene for us. What is it that you're seeing out there? Take us through what's happening.
Hey there, Devon. Well, as you mentioned, we are here at Discovery Green. I've been here all morning, but we are just now starting to see a large crowd gathering. It looks like there are at least several hundred people here already. This is one of two major rally sites here in downtown Houston for today's No Kings protest. Now, take a look. Let's kind of walk you through here. I am seeing tons of signs, lots of people, some people getting creative. I think I see some dinosaur costumes here as well. But yes, this is a live look at that crowd that is gathering. Now, something I've learned just in the last few minutes from an organizer is the fact that this is actually a meeting point. At 12:30, this crowd is expected to walk down Walker Street northbound towards City Hall, and that is where they will converge and meet with the rest of the protesters who are set to arrive, and that protest starting at 2 p.m. from City Hall with another march starting at 4. But let me just walk you through, okay? Hi everyone, how y'all doing? So again, this is a live look at this crowd that's gathered. Obviously a very busy day here at Discovery Green. We've got a lot of folks here for the protest in addition to some events that are taking place here as well. But you can see the colorful t-shirts, the signs, and other things that we're seeing as well. A lot of the signs saying no kings, no dictators. People here to demonstrate, to basically speak their minds and share their voices. Now, earlier I was here this morning talking about how that other rally will take place in downtown Houston, but I want to talk to some folks who are here right now. Now, John, if you can come with me here real quick. How are you guys? Are y'all ready to march here shortly at 12:30?
We are ready. We're ready to go. We're standing in the shade till then.
What's your name real quick?
Margaret?
Miss Margaret, tell me why it was so important for you to be here today.
Well, because I'm astonished at what has happened to this country, and I regret that I didn't do more in the 60s. I didn't do enough in the 70s, and I'm going to be out here and be counted any way I can to let people know that this is not the way our country should be.
Miss Margaret, if you don't mind asking, how old are you?
I just turned 79.
You look great for 79.
Thank you.
But at 79 years old, here you are in downtown Houston with this large crowd. What's the message you want to share?
I want people to be not afraid, and I'm just sick that there's probably a lot of people too afraid to come out today. And I think we're starting to march, maybe that group is. And I want people to know that there are many of us who are watching, and I want the people in Washington to know that we are counted and that we're going to do everything we can to keep this country from going in the direction that we see it going right now.
Now, the march to City Hall, and even from there, that's going to be several hours before another march happens. You going to stay through this whole entire event?
I wish I could say and promise that I would, but I'll do as long as we can. That's all we can do.
Gotcha. Well, we appreciate you talking to us, Ms.
Sure.
Margaret. You take care of yourself, okay? Thank you. Now, I want to kind of show you right now, there is some movement with this crowd. I'm not sure if they are getting ready to start that march, which the organizer I talked to told me will start at 12:30. But the crowd, I can tell you, is continuing to grow. John, if you can kind of pan over to the Discovery Green side, look at this large, massive crowd. Listen, I'm not counting numbers per se, but it's got to be several hundreds of people here already. Everybody, as I mentioned, holding various signs. You even see this dinosaur costume here, trying to grab attention, trying to bring awareness and their message, to get across. But this march itself will be down Walker Street towards City Hall, I'm told, at 12:30. Again, these signs are calling for democracy and change. Others with, these creative ways of being able to share their messages. I've seen everyone from longtime activists to families who say they want to take part. There is also, I can tell you, a visible police presence out here. I don't know, John, if you can kind of swing that camera around, but around the corners here along McKinney Street, do you see various police officers with their patrol cars on standby? Now, the great thing about Houston is every time we have one of these protests, I can tell you for the 8 years that I've covered news for KTU11, these protests usually are very, very peaceful. Organizers tell me that is the key when it comes to sharing these messages, is to do it peacefully, and that will be the same message that they have today as well, to be able to share their voices, but to do it in a peaceful way, which is what we saw last time back in June when 15,000 people gathered outside City Hall along that plaza, around the surrounding streets. Now, we are starting to walk a little bit. It looks like people are preparing to take this march down Walker, so we're kind of walking alongside them. But yeah, the energy out here, I can tell you, seems enthusiastic. I don't hear any chanting yet, but people are excited. They're talking to each other. They've got all those various signs, American flags. They're trying to show patriotism, but also share their message of the concerns that they have. Now, if you might remember, I don't know if any of you guys attended the rally back in June, but when I was there was that large crowd, again, very peaceful. I in fact ran into Mayor John Whitmire and Police Chief Noe Diaz at the time. They were walking through the crowd, shaking hands. It's unclear if they're going to be in attendance today as well, but the big thing that they were praising everyone for the last time around was the fact that everybody was able to do this peacefully and it remained calm, and I'm sure that is the message that they are hoping to relay as well. I did reach out to HPD yesterday to talk about some of the safety measures that they have in place for these two protests that are happening in downtown Houston today. They tell me they are prepared, they are ready to go, and that they will have officers both in uniform and plain clothes to make sure everyone is safe. But as far as this particular rally goes here along Discovery Green, I can tell you it is calm, it is peaceful. People are marching and smiling and just trying to share their messages and what they want and their concerns to be shared as well. Now, of course, nationally, these protests have already sparked reaction. I think, Devon, you mentioned it earlier a little bit, how Governor Greg Abbott has deployed the National Guard to Austin ahead of today's events, and the House Speaker Mike Johnson has criticized the movement, calling them Hate America rallies. But organizers say their focus, again, is on a peaceful demonstration. Again, giving you a live look as folks here along Discovery Green making their way down towards Walker Street here from McKinney. Looks like they are starting to cross. John, I don't know if we want to maybe kind of cross with them a little bit. We are staying safe. I just want to let everybody know that. We are kind of on the edges of what is going on here, just so we can give you a live look at what we're seeing here in downtown Houston, here outside Discovery Green. Seems like people are starting to walk towards the sidewalk where they are getting ready to do that march from Walker Street towards City Hall. I'm told that will start at 12:30. I'm not sure if it's starting a little sooner than anticipated, but people are making their way from Discovery Green across the street. Now, I wanted to talk to at least one other person or family perhaps who is here, who want to share their message as well. John, if you want to stay there. Hi, how are y'all?
Hi.
I'm Michelle from Channel 11. Are y'all partaking in the march today as well?
Yes.
Tell me what was so important for y'all to be here.
You know what? I'm so sorry. I've lost my dad. I need to.
Oh no.
I
I hope you find him.
Thank you so much.
No problem. If that speaks volumes. Obviously a very large crowd. People are kind of searching for each other. Hopefully that family member will be able to find her father soon. But yeah, we are talking. Oh, hello ladies, how are you? So I'm Michelle from Channel 11. We are covering, what's that?
Bubbies.
Bubbies?
Yes, we're grandmothers walking.
Oh, I love that. Okay, so, well, tell me, ladies.
Terrorists, you don't have to be worried.
And we love America, but we hate what's going on.
We're walking for our grandchildren.
Amen.
For your grandchildren.
Yes. We
Now-
want them to have a democracy when they grow up. And we want our granddaughters to have rights just like what we had.
Tell me about what you're seeing out here already. The gathering, the crowd, the energy. How do you feel about this? Do you feel like it's a peaceful one already?
Definitely. Do you see anything that isn't peaceful here? Why do they want to call the National Guard out today and on January 6th they sat on their hands and did nothing? That tells you everything you need to know. You're pardoning people left and right who were defrauded the government, defrauded donors. Come on. It's everything you want to know in a nutshell.
They attacked the police.
Now, you all are walking for your grandchildren, you said. What's the message you want to share with the country, with other folks out there, with the government, with the president? What do you want to say?
Save our democracy. We want our the same rights that we had growing up for our grandchildren. We don't want these rights taken away from them. And that's what's at, yes.
No ICE, no ICE.
No ICE
Vote for your civil
Targeting
rights.
the brown
because
people.
and no, yeah.
When you see something's wrong, when you see something's wrong, you've got to stand up and do something. You can't just put your head in the sand and hope it goes away. And whether it affects you or your neighbor doesn't matter. You have to stand up for everyone. We're one nation under God.
With really
And justice for all!
We were always taught. I mean, the three of us are Jewish, and in the Torah, 36 times it is said, "Welcome the stranger," and that is one of the things we have to keep doing: is welcoming the stranger, and not have this all racist government. And that's what we are. That is taking away. I mean, just look, they want to take away health care. I can go on all day about the problems with what their causes, what's going to happen with health care, so that we can have tax cuts for the billionaires. It's on our backs that they're getting tax cuts for the billionaire. Everybody is affected by these cutting funds to Medicaid, Medicare. Everybody's affected because everybody's health care costs are going to go up because of
In
it.
addition, for Houston specifically, the Texas Medical Center is already going to be severely affected. So why are our senators working against us here in Houston? What benefit is it to cut cancer research? Tell me. Somebody make that make sense for me. What benefit is it?
Yeah, and she's a cancer survivor.
Twice, a two-time.
Now, as you heard there, we're hearing various concerns, right? Some folks are talking to us about the fact that they're here for health care, better health care. Others are talking about immigration. These are just some of the topics and discussions that are bringing folks here together to converge as one. Now, are y'all surprised at all of the fact of the turnout?
it's wonderful. It's about time people are standing up for their civil rights.
And there are more people mad than come out. And we invite everyone to stand up, because if you don't complain. You've got to get off your couch and come and show your face.
Now, last time around, about 15,000 folks converged in downtown Houston outside City Hall. Do you guys expect a bigger turnout? What do you think it's going to be like?
They're saying that since it was Mike Johnson came out and said it's a hate America, the number of people that registered has doubled. In other words, there are more people that love America than hate America. So we are here because, as my sign says, I love America.
So do I. It's a wonderful country, and we got to keep it that way.
That's right.
We cannot allow a few very bad people take over. We have to do this. It's peaceful. I don't believe in war. We're going to do it. We're going to change the world.
Well, we appreciate you ladies talking to us. Y'all stay hydrated, stay safe.
Thank you for covering it very much.
Thank you.
No worries. We'll see y'all over at City Hall, okay? Thank you so much. And, As I mentioned, City Hall, that's where these folks are going to be walking to as they head down Walker Street towards City Hall, where that big rally will take place at 2 o'clock. And I believe another march will take place at 4. My colleague Orko Bano will be there to cover that as well. In the meantime, we're going to continue to stay out here with these folks, get some more interviews, and bring you the latest updates as we learn more. Thank you. Back to you, Devon.
All right, Michelle, before we let you go, quite the turnout there at Discovery Green, but I'm wondering, have you been seeing any counter protesters out there, any counter demonstrators in that crowd there?
From my vantage point, I have not seen counter protesters yet. As I mentioned, there have been some various comments that we've seen obviously on social media, local state leaders, national leaders who've come out opposed to what's these rallies that are happening across the country. But here in Houston, I have not yet seen any counter protesters. But of course, we will be kind of looking around as we're walking with these folks, and we'll bring you that update once we learn more.
All right, Michelle Choi live for us there from Discovery Green. Glad to see that things are calm and peaceful as they get ready to march to City Hall. All right, we want to give you guys another look here at some of the other big demonstrations that are happening in cities across the country right now. I believe this is a live look from Boston. You could see that there are just shoulder to shoulder people there in the streets of Boston right now. This is a live aerial image coming in from the Northeast there in New England as people take to the streets to make their voices heard in what's being called the No Kings protest. This is a protest in response to some of what's been happening from the Trump administration, as organizers have explained to us. Of course, we are going to be following these protests across the country all afternoon here and into the evening as things continue to build up. And then we have another look for you here. I believe this is Dallas. This is happening right now in Dallas, Texas, of folks that are out in the street in the rain. There you see in ponchos, umbrellas there, making their voices heard. Of course, we are going to continue to follow these demonstrations. I know that there are several demonstrations happening, not just in Houston, but in other suburbs around the Houston area. I believe there's one that's happening in Kingwood, I believe Pasadena, and several other locations. Of course, we are going to have our eyes on all of them, bringing you the latest as we learn more. That's going to do it for us. Thanks for joining us on KHOU 11 Plus. You can join us again this afternoon at 1 as we continue our live coverage of the protests across Houston. We'll see you then.
gotta go. Okay.
What's up, man? Yes, sir. How about you? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, and thanks for joining us right here on KHOU 11 Plus. I'm Devon Romming, and this afternoon we're following protests happening right now across the Houston area. Now, this is all part of what organizers are calling the No King's Day of Action. It's a nationwide demonstration with thousands of events planned across all 50 states, and organizers are calling it a peaceful pushback against government overreach, while Republican figures like House Speaker Mike Johnson are calling it a Hate America rally. Meanwhile, closer to home, Governor Greg Abbott announced on Thursday he would be sending the Texas Department of Public Safety and National Guard troops to rallies across the state. We're going to have live updates at the top of every hour right here on KHOU 11 Plus. But before we take you to the live rally, we want to wish you a warning. Obviously, we're going to be taking you through a live demonstration, and our crews in the field will be doing their best to avoid showing anything that could be considered offensive. All right, with all that being said, KHOU 11's Michelle Choi is now live at Discovery Green, where the rally just started. And Michelle, go ahead and set the scene for us. What are you seeing out there?
Hey there, Devon. Well, if you guys are wondering why I am walking backwards, that is because the crowd that I showed you earlier from Discovery Green has since made their way down Walker Street. That is where we are right now. They are headed towards City Hall to converge with the protest that is set to start there at 2 p.m. I can tell you hundreds of folks gathered outside Discovery Green. This is just the tail end of what we've seen so far. But ahead of us, I can tell you there are several hundreds of people. You can still see the signs. You can see people wearing t-shirts. I've seen folks with all sorts of costumes, all here to share their message, to get their voices heard. Earlier, we spoke with numerous different people. I met a group of grandmothers who were there saying that they were here fighting for their grandchildren. I've talked to family members. I've talked to one couple, both federal employees who are currently furloughed, concerned about what's going to happen to the economy. I've heard people talk about affordable health care, immigration. These are just some of the concerns that people are here fighting about, and they say they are going to do it peacefully. And that is one thing I can verify for you, is that so far this rally has been peaceful. People are talking to each other, they're chanting, they're holding signs, they're smiling, they are happy to be able to be here and to be able to speak their minds. But ahead of us, again, is a large crowd that's gathered. Now, I also want to take you to some video we shot earlier from Discovery Green, where you can see the large, massive crowd that we were able to show you guys earlier. I know it's a little harder to see here along Walker Street as we're walking with this crowd. But yes, several hundreds of people there, again, holding signs, wearing matching t-shirts, chanting. And people of all ages, as I mentioned, are here today. Right now, they are making their way towards City Hall. The last time I was there at City Hall for the first No Kings protest, about 15,000 people got together, and it was a massive crowd. I mean, people filled the plaza, the surrounding streets. And there, again, it was another peaceful protest where I even ran into the mayor, John Whitmire, as well as Police Chief Noe Diaz, who praised the crowd for being able to gather that way peacefully. And that is what organizers are expecting for this turnout as well. It's unclear exactly how many people will be gathered today outside of City Hall, but organizers are anticipating a much bigger crowd than before. Of course, this is happening nationally. It's not just here in the Houston area, but Houston area alone, I know, has about a dozen or so of these protests that have been taking place or are taking place right now. One of those being here along downtown Houston, first at Discovery Green, and now as this crowd makes their way down towards City Hall. Now, ma'am, how are you? I'm Michelle from Channel 11. I saw you. You're towards the tail end of it, but tell me why it was so important for you to take part in this march.
Freedom, and the freedom to be who we are.
Now, are you a Houstonian?
Yeah, I live in Friendswood.
Gotcha. So. If you don't mind me asking, how old are you, ma'am?
60.
60. You're 60 years old. You're here with this crowd. You said the most important thing for you to be here was because of freedom. What's the message you want to share with folks?
that this is our democracy, that this is what we are allowed to do. We are allowed to say no.
Does it surprise you about the turnout here?
No, it does not. Not at all.
Were you here for the last one as well?
I was here in June.
So you were part of that 15,000 crowd, and it was important for you to make it out today. Do you think, are you expecting an even bigger crowd?
Outside my comfort zone, and even talking to you is outside my comfort zone.
Well, I appreciate you talking to us, okay? You take care, stay hydrated. Obviously, everybody has various reasons as to why they're here. We have talked to, as I mentioned, people of all ages, coming from all different backgrounds, all across the Houston area, who wanted to share their concerns. Now, I know that Orko Manna, my colleague, is over at City Hall. He is going to have more from that angle and the perspective and the crowd that he's seeing there. But again, another live look here down Walker Street as people get closer and closer to City Hall. I'm told refreshments will be provided. Obviously, it's not the hottest day, but it is quite humid out here, so people are being told to take precaution. I can also tell you, if you look around, there are plenty of HPD officers patrolling the streets. They are safely blocking off certain parts of it and behind as well to make sure that these protesters can speak their minds and share their messages safely. Something HPD told me yesterday they are prepared to do. We will continue to stay out here and get more interviews and continue to cover this protest and bring you updates as we learn more. For now, we're going to send it back to you.
Michelle, real quick before we let you go, have organizers say how long these protests are going to go on today?
From my understanding, I think it was from 12 to 2 was the original time frame we got for Discovery Green. But once I arrived there and talked to organizers, they actually told me that was more of a meeting point started by a grassroots organization. They then converged with 5051, which is that national movement that's happening all across the country today with these No Kings protests. That protest and rally, which is going to happen outside Houston City Hall, is going to be from 2 p.m. to 6 is the time frame, but of course these things can go a little bit longer depending on the massive size of the crowd. And the march itself is set to start at 4 o'clock. We'll of course be covering all of that for you and bring you updates continuously.
All right, so an all afternoon, all evening event. Glad to see that things are very peaceful out there. Good to see HPD on site there, making sure everyone is safe and well behaved. Thank you so much, Michelle. All right, we want to take you guys out west now. Obviously, we've been telling you that these demonstrations are happening all over the country. This is a live aerial shot from San Diego, California. Look at the size of that crowd. People are standing shoulder to shoulder there as they are partaking in what's being called the No Kings Day protest. It's a nationwide demonstration which organizers are calling a peaceful pushback against government overreach. This is just one of dozens of cities across the right now, and some actually international cities that are partaking in this as well. I have a friend who lives in Milan, and she says that they too are going to be having a No Kings demonstration there in Italy. So this is definitely something that has international reach. We want to give you another look at another city here. I believe this is Dallas. You can see folks out there in the rain. That's not stopping the demonstration from happening there. People holding signs. I see it looks like there's someone who has taken to a little makeshift stage there that is getting the crowd riled up. And again, these are demonstrations that are happening in cities across the country right now as they push back on what organizers say is a pushback against government overreach and some of the Trump administration's policies that they've been implementing since he took office in January. Again, another city here. Look at this crowd in Chicago, in the Midwest there. I mean, these people are coming out in droves to make their voices heard again for this No Kings Day protest. The good news in all of this, from what we've been seeing from a lot of these aerial shots and even our cameras that are on the ground here in Houston, is that all of these demonstrations seem to be peaceful. We don't see any sort of rioting. We don't see any sort of tear gas being sprayed anywhere. For now, these protests are peaceful, which is good news on this afternoon, as hundreds of thousands of people will be out in the streets all evening long. That's going to do it for us here on KHOU 11 Plus. Thank you so much for joining us. You can join us again this afternoon at 2 o'clock as we continue our live coverage of the protests across Houston. We'll see you then.
You come check the signal? Keep the pace. You gotta keep the pace. You gotta keep the pace. You gotta keep the pace. Keep the pace. Thank you. Keep the pace. Excuse me. Sitting at 4,100. You saw the video? Yeah. 4,100. Hold on. Put this on there. All right, we're too close. Check, check, check. We got to get ahead. Come on. Yeah, go. They're going to go a little whacker. Right up to the bureau and then go left, south.
All right. I think we.
He's an orchestra, the Chicago Symphony Orchestra. Just right across the street. Symphony.
Good afternoon, and thanks for joining us right here on KHOU 11 Plus. I'm Devon Roming, and this afternoon we're following protests happening right now across the Houston area. This is all part of what organizers of these demonstrations are calling the No Kings Day of Action. It's a nationwide demonstration with thousands of events planned across all 50 states. Organizers are calling it a peaceful pushback against government overreach, while Republican figures like House Speaker Mike Johnson are calling it a Hate America rally. Meanwhile, closer to home, Governor Greg Abbott announced on Thursday he would be sending the Texas Department of Public Safety and National Guard troops to rallies across the state. We're going to have live updates at the top of every hour right here on KHOU 11 Plus. But before we take you to the live rally, we want to wish you a warning. Obviously, we're going to be taking you through a live demonstration, and our crews in the field will be doing their very best to avoid showing anything that could be considered offensive. Now, we've got live team coverage this afternoon. Orko Manna is live at City Hall, where protesters will begin their march later this afternoon. But first, let's go back over to Michelle Choi, who was at the rally at Discovery Green earlier today. Michelle, how are things looking where you are today?
Hey there, Devon. It is much quieter, I can tell you that. Less than an hour ago, this entire stretch of McKinney Street up and down here outside Discovery Green was filled with hundreds of protesters, you may recall. They just had this area jam-packed with signs, t-shirts, people wearing costumes. It was definitely a huge gathering. Now, all those folks that crowded into this area actually made their way down Walker Street and took a 16-minute march down towards City Hall. That is where they are now, with the main rally that just got underway here at 2 o'clock and is expected to last through 6 p.m. Again, outside City Hall, with a secondary march starting at 4. But let's give you a quick recap of sort of what we saw out here. Here's some video we rolled on earlier, giving you a look at the full of energy and people that we saw standing shoulder to shoulder, holding signs, waving flags, chanting, and really showing up in all kinds of ways. We saw young couples, families with kids, even a group of grandmothers who told me they were out here fighting for democracy and their grandchildren. Now, some came dressed creatively, as I mentioned. I spotted a couple of dinosaur costumes, a few unicorns, right, John? Yep. And plenty of homemade t-shirts and banners. Everyone I spoke with had their own reason for coming: immigration, affordable health care, protecting democracy, and more. One couple I talked to worked for the federal government and told me they are currently furloughed. They said they are out here because they're feeling the effects of what's happening in their daily lives. And you know, I have to tell you, that was really a common thread. Different stories, different struggles, but a shared desire to be heard. Now, despite the size of the crowd, I can tell you everything here remained peaceful. I didn't see any counter protesters, no disruptions, no drama. HPD had officers stationed throughout the gathering site along the march route, making sure everyone stayed safe. Now, people were laughing and chanting, chatting with one another as they were making their way down Walker Street, as I mentioned. Now, you know, I've been a reporter for 8 years here at Channel 11. Of course, I've covered my fair share of protests, but one thing about the city of Houston is that these protests do have a tendency to remain quite peaceful. Something that was duly noted back in June when I covered the first No Kings protest, where about 15,000 people gathered outside of City Hall. There I ran into Mayor John Whitmire, Police Chief Noe Diaz, and they both told me at the time how proud they were of Houstonians for remaining peaceful and respectful towards each other. Of course, this is just one of dozens of rallies for No Kings that is taking place across the Houston area. But the big one, of course, is at City Hall right now, underway. That is where my colleague Orko Manna is, and he'll be covering that angle. In the meantime, Devon, we're going to send it back to you.
All right, Michelle, we love to hear that things are peaceful and that there's no drama. I like the way that you phrased that. Thank you so much, Michelle. We'll be checking back in with you later on this afternoon. All right, so what you're seeing here, this is the No Kings Day protest that we are covering, and it's happening in cities across the country, obviously right here in Houston as well. It's a nationwide demonstration which organizers are calling a peaceful pushback against government overreach. Now, Where Michelle was in Discovery Green, there were thousands of people that marched from there to City Hall, and that's where we find our Orko Manna this afternoon. And Orko, what are you seeing out there from the steps of City Hall?
Yeah, Devon, there are a lot of people here, thousands of people. In fact, this particular rally was supposed to start around 2 p.m. this afternoon, but even before then, several people were already out here. You can see walking through this area that we've got a lot of folks here holding their signs, everyone making sure that their voices are heard. As Michelle was saying, the whole point of this rally, this demonstration and others like it across the country is to show that people are standing united and that they're talking and fighting against what they call the authoritarianism that is growing under President Donald Trump. Walking further into the steps here in front of City Hall, you can see again a lot of people holding flags, holding signs saying, "Wake up, Americans," and other things, and everyone just saying that they don't want kings in America. Now, this kind of originates from the idea that they believe Donald Trump is acting like a British monarch, hence the name No King. So again, there are a lot of folks out here. People have even brought some chairs to sit down in. They're sitting on benches. A lot of people have brought chalk as well to write their messages on the ground. A lot of people also out here providing water and snacks, making sure everyone is hydrated. It is fairly warm out here, just shy of 90 degrees or so, but a lot of people still braving the heat to come out here. Again, you can see all of these folks out here. You can probably hear that clapping and that chanting further towards City Hall on the steps. There are some speakers that are speaking at the podium, a wide array of folks, again, letting their voices be heard by everyone who's out here. And this is a pretty wide and diverse mix. We're seeing a mix of elderly folks, younger folks, people of all races, some people who say that they wanted to come out here for their first time, and others who say that they were out here back in June as well. If we show to the left a little bit, you can see that they have some mounted patrol officers, some HPT officers on horseback. We were told by HPD earlier this week that there would be several officers here to make sure everything ran smoothly and everyone was safe, both officers in uniform and also plainclothes officers as well. And a lot of Houston police officers have blocked off the areas surrounding the City Hall annex and the City Hall building. Again, you can see some of those officers here parked along the street. And as I mentioned, not just folks inside the center part of the protest area, but there are folks just lining the sidewalks around City Hall, wearing costumes, holding signs. Since the last No Kings protest that happened back in June, there's been a lot of development when it comes to immigration and the ICE raids that a lot of folks here are protesting about. A lot of the signs that we're seeing actually directly talk about ICE and immigration. You can see one of those signs out here right now saying, "I emigrated from a country." And again, out here you can see a lot of people abolish ICE signs, people calling Trump a clown and a king of clowns. So far, we haven't seen too many profane signs, which is a good thing. But of course, as Michelle was mentioning, and Devon, you mentioned this too, you know, we can't always control what people bring to rallies, so there are some of those signs out here. But for the most part, everyone is trying to make their voices heard in the most respectful way that they can. A lot of folks bringing out their kids and their family members as well. You can see them out here lining the sidewalks. As we were talking about, this is one of several demonstrations planned throughout the country. In fact, one of more than 2,500 demonstrations planned today in major cities across the country. In Houston here, this of course is the largest rally in our area. But there are a lot of folks here who say that they wanted to make sure they came out here, even on a Saturday, even on a pretty warm Saturday for October, to make sure that they were here. We made our way back around to this front section. I want to bring in someone who I talked to a bit earlier, so just give me a moment here. We have Priscilla here. Thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome.
You told me that you were out here in June, so talk to us about what brought you back out here today.
Well, things have gotten worse, not better. So I'll keep coming out here until something changes.
And with you being out here and with all these folks being out here, what's the big message that you want people watching this or seeing this as they pass by to take away?
That in a democracy, people have an equal voice. And I don't think any of us do right now. And so I feel like everybody's really pissed off, and that's why they're out here. I mean, I see people as young and as old, the whole spectrum, and everybody feels the same way. This is no longer just like a minority of people. It's not the old hippies that everybody's talking about. It's everybody. a majority of people, and it makes me really proud to be a Houstonian and to be a Texan.
And back in June, I believe it was something like 15,000 people that showed up. There are obviously several thousand people here right now, and we know that there are going to be more people coming throughout the evening. Are you expecting to see as big of a crowd, maybe even bigger this time around?
You know, based on all my friends, I'm actually a professor at the University of Houston, and I've told all my students to come. I think we have more momentum this time around in June. I think people were still just trying, getting used to the idea of protest because it's kind of new to us in this country. And I think now people realize that we don't really have a choice because we're losing our country. We might as well fight for it.
And as I was walking around, I was seeing a lot of people obviously holding their signs. You have your own sign here. Talk to me about kind of the decision to make this sign, what this stands for you.
I wanted to talk about democracy because I feel like that's kind of getting lost in the conversation. The idea that we're a democratic country and that people have a say in what is happening. And I feel like this is a voice that we're giving today to democracy. And so I wanted to include democracy on my sign, but also go with the No Kings theme because I feel like Trump is acting like a king and we're trying to push that away and say, no, this is a democratic country and we belong here too.
Priscilla, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And Priscilla, again, is just one of many people who have been out here today, who were back out here back in June, who say that, things have just gotten worse and they want to make sure that their voices continue to be heard. We, of course, are going to stay out here and talk to several more protesters who are out here at the No Kings demonstration here in front of City Hall. But for now, Devon, we're going to send it back to you.
Orko, great coverage there outside of City Hall. I can definitely tell that there are way more people than there were in June, and I know the turnout in June was like 15,000 people. I want to ask you real quick, Orko, though, before I let you go, have you seen any counter-protesters outside there at City Hall?
Yeah, Devon, that's something that I was looking for because, again, anytime there is a big demonstration, regardless of what side of the political spectrum you're on, there is bound to be potentially other people on the other side. But so far, walking around the City Hall Annex and City Hall area, we have not seen any folks who are counter-protesting, anyone holding any signs that are counter-protesting. For the most part, everyone is here for this specific reason, for the No Kings protest. So again, at this point, we haven't really seen any counter-protests, just a lot of people here protesting against Trump and the presidency, just trying to make their voices heard. We were looking, again, like I said, looking for people who were potentially counter-protesting, but at this point we haven't. Again, just a lot of folks here holding their signs, talking about the Trump regime, as they call it, and again, a lot of police out here just to make sure that nothing happens, just because, you never can tell when something could become volatile. But as Michelle mentioned, for the most part, Houston rallies and protests tend to stay relatively peaceful, as we saw back in June, and so that's definitely the case here as so far as right now. But for your question, in terms of counter-protesters, we've not seen any at this point.
All right, Orko Manna, our eyes and ears on the ground there outside of City Hall this afternoon. Orko, thank you so much. All right, before we get to some of the scenes from across the country, we just want to bring you back up to speed on what's happening here. So this is a national event that's happening in response to the Trump administration's policies. This is being called the No Kings Day protest. It's a nationwide demonstration which organizers are calling a peaceful pushback against government overreach. And with that being said, as we've been saying all afternoon, that there are several events happening in cities across the country. This is a live aerial look right now, in fact, from downtown Minneapolis, where you can see thousands of people there flooding the streets of downtown Minneapolis. Of course, this is a city that's no stranger to protests and demonstrations. They know how to come out. They come out in droves in regards to making their voices heard. That's there in Minneapolis. And I believe we have another city, Boston, actually, over in the Northeast. Now, this crowd here, we've been watching this Boston crowd all afternoon, and it's definitely died down a bit considering what it was about an hour or two ago. That entire area there, I believe that's the Boston Common, that entire area was packed out with people shoulder to shoulder, everyone holding signs. Everyone was chanting and whatnot, and now that crowd seems to be simmering down there in Boston. And then we have a shot here. This looks like Chicago, downtown Chicago. You can see that the streets are just covered and lined with people there making their voices heard. The good news in all of this, as we're looking at all these different cities, including right here at home in Houston, the good news is that we aren't seeing any sort of violence. We aren't seeing any sort of, damage to buildings or fires or any police having to use any sort of non-lethal force like pepper spray, those sorts of things, which we have seen at protests and demonstrations in the past. That's not the case today. And with these crowds being so much bigger than they were in June, it's amazing to see that things are still, again, remaining peaceful in some of America's major cities. That's going to do it for us here. Thanks for joining us on KHOU 11 Plus. You can join us again this afternoon at 3 as we continue our live coverage of the protests across Houston. We'll see you then.
a stranger and call them neighbor. Smile at your cashier and ask how their day is. Wave to the other car and let them merge. Let us be the start of that community, that culture. We have to be accountable to ourselves and to each other to do whatever is needed to build change. I want you all to take a moment here, now with me, a breath, and feel the power of our collective unity behind this cause. They cannot win if we stand united. We, the people, must build this foundation brick by brick and be the change we want to see. You want to live in a country with free speech? Then you must speak your beliefs freely. You want to live in a country that has compassion for everyone? Then you must have compassion for everyone. You want to live in a country where there is peace? Then you must build peace within your community. You want to live in a world where there is enough? Then you must share what you have to spare. You want to see someone do something? Be someone. Houston! 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 Hell yeah, Houston! Houston, I love y'all. I promise I do. I don't love this heat though. I don't know how the fuck y'all deal with this heat, y'all. This shit's hot. All right, y'all. Coming up next is Linda Morales with the Gulf Coast Unions. Give a hand. No kings, just people. Brothers, sisters, siblings, I am Linda Morales, representing the Gulf Coast Area Labor Federation, 92 affiliates strong. Today we say it loud, in America there are no kings. Power belongs to the people. Today we gather in love, love for our communities, our families, and love for this country that we build every single day. We are immigrants, we are workers, we are dreamers, we are America. So when they say we hate America, I say no. We love it so much that we refuse to give it up on it. We love it enough to march. We love it enough to fight. We love it enough to demand to live up to the promise of liberty and justice for all. Yes, we are fed up. We are disgusted with the direction our federal government is moving. It is not serving us, the people who build this country. It is serving power. It is serving wealth. It is serving those who have everything and want more. But we are here because the promise of America, of justice, of fairness, of opportunity is being stolen in plain sight by people who think they can rule instead of represent. We march because federal workers, the very backbone of our government, are being treated like disposable parts. We march because working families are being squeezed dry while corporations and billionaires get fat off the tax breaks and bailouts. We march because labor unions, our collective voice for fairness and dignity, are being attacked at every level. We march because health care is still being treated like a privilege, not a right. So we say, fund the government and fix the health care crisis. As we march for democracy itself, because it is under siege. Instead of government by the people, we are watching government for the powerful by the powerful. We are fighting for those who keep this country alive. Teachers, nurses, janitors, truck drivers, public workers, line cooks, construction workers, union members, and everyone who believes in the dignity of work. We are fighting for an America that belongs to all of us. We are fighting for an America that belongs to all of us. That is why we march, we speak, we stand together, because there are no kings here. It is only we, the people. Repeat after me. No kings! No rulers! Just we, the people. God bless. Power to the people! 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 Louder! Power to the louder! Power to the people! Power to the people! Power to the people! Power to the people! Fuck yeah, Houston! You know, I had to switch it up on y'all a little bit. Gotta, stay alert, stay awake, stay with me, Houston. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I got some water in my hand, Houston. Here today because so many
Anti-transgender discrimination all boils down to cruelty, ignorance, and hate. When I speak of cruelty, I don't mean physical cruelty. I mean the pain inflicted through legislatively ignoring our right to be recognized for who we are and to not be discriminated against or merely existing. This is my bitch list, and it's just a start. But I'm gonna need your help. So please, y'all, ladies, gentlemen, all in between, when I say why, please say cruelty, that's why. In recent years, Texas has severely restricted transgender rights. Gender-affirming medical care for minors was banned 2 years ago. As of this year, the state of Texas considers everyone either male or female. There's no recognition of chromosomal variation or intersex humans or gender identity in Texas law. This ignores science in the name of ignorance, but why? Thank you. All right. Trans people can no longer change their name on their birth certificate or Texas driver's license. We can no longer get identification to reflect who we are in this state. This harms thousands of transgender Texans by keeping our state-required identification from reflecting who we are, complicating our daily lives. All right? It also puts us in danger because our identification doesn't reflect who we are. Isn't that some bullshit? Why? Thank you. Cruelty, that's why. In addition to harming trans people, Ken Horndog Paxson has started investigating the parents of trans kids for providing their children with life-saving, gender-affirming care. He considers that child abuse under Texas law. And all the while, he's promoting book bans, ignoring science, bans DEI and anything woke. Texas. Why? That's right. Thank you. Texas has passed a new law restricting access to bathrooms in public buildings like city halls, libraries, our capitals, our schools, etc., based on biological sex. I'm not going to sugarcoat this lunacy. This is State Senator Mays Middleton's bill. Now, Mays wants to be our next Attorney General in Texas. Did you ever notice that it's ironic how so many of these cis-het white politicians are so concerned over trans genitalia when their leaders don't have any balls? Thank you. And here's the fun part of this so-called brilliant legislation. Those violating the law are not penalized in any way. We'll walk away. But the institution where said violation occurs is fined $25,000 for the first offense and then $125,000 for each subsequent offense. This is government finding government in the name of anti-trans hate. It's like a snake eating its tail, and taxpayers should be outraged that this is coded into state law. Takes effect December 4th. Okay. Well, I don't call him Crazy Mazy for nothing. He wants to think he can be our next top lawman. I'm going to use the same bathroom that I always did and call it good.
Test, test.
Justice, no peace. All right, can y'all hear me? Testing, 1, 2. Check, check. Hello. Good. Thank you. I don't hear me. Okay, here, take this. All right, let's try this again. All right, thanks. All right, can you hear me now? All right, can you hear me? Thank you. In a study by the CDC, 3% of high schoolers identify as trans. It also high rates of sadness, bullying, and suicide attempts. Okay. Okay, yeah, you can hear me better now. All right, that's good. All right, that's good. Okay, now Texas has passed a ban on discussion around gender instruction and gender identity in schools. I ask you, what is about the trans child supposed to do when their teacher misnames, misgenders, disrespects pronouns? What are they supposed to do? They can't even use the right bathroom or play for the right team. I say to Governor...
Good afternoon, and thanks so much for joining us right here on KHOU 11+. I'm Trayson Bragg, and all afternoon we've been following protests happening across the Houston area. This is all part of what organizers are calling the No King's Day of Action. It's a nationwide demonstration with thousands of events planned across all 50 states. Organizers are calling it a peaceful pushback against government overreach, while Republican figures like House Speaker Mike Johnson are calling it a, quote, hate America rally. Meanwhile, closer to home, Governor Greg Abbott announced on Thursday he would be sending the Texas Department of Public Safety and National Guard troops to rallies across the state. And take a look at some video we shot from Discovery Green, where protesters gathered and then marched their way to City Hall, where the big event is happening. And we'll be live from City Hall in just a moment. But before we take you to the live rally, we want to share a warning. Obviously, we're going to be taking you through a very live demonstration, and our crews in the field will be doing their very best to avoid showing anything that could be considered offensive. All right, now with that said, KHOU 11's Orko Mana is live at the City Hall, live at our City Hall, I should say, where protesters will be marching in the coming hours. And Orko, how are things looking out there right now? It looks very busy and packed behind you right now.
Yeah, Trayson, we've been here for just over an hour, and I can tell you the crowd has grown even from the last time that we spoke to you about an hour ago. Thousands of people are here outside of Houston City Hall for this No Kings protest. If we walk this way, you can see all of the people out here. Just take a look behind me. This is the area right in front of City Hall where a lot of people have gathered with their signs, with their costumes, protesting what they call Donald Trump's presidency, what they call is an authoritarian regime. Now, again, you can see a lot of folks here walking throughout the plaza, carrying their signs. We see a lot of signs saying "No Kings," which again is a symbol of this event, which is talking about what these people are saying. Trump is acting like a king, hearkening back to the British monarch. So again, you can see a lot of folks here with their signs. A lot of people out here told us that they've actually been here. They were here during the June rally. That was the first No Kings Day of Action back in June, where around 15,000 people were out here in front of City Hall. And right now we're seeing thousands of people here. It's hard to tell exactly how many are out here, but I can tell you again, as I mentioned, over the past hour or so, more and more people have started to show up. You can also see down here below, if we show you on the ground, a lot of folks have been bringing out chalk and writing messages on the sidewalk and on the pavement out here to spread that message. You can probably hear in the distance a little bit closer to where City Hall is, where there are some speakers talking with the microphone right in front of City Hall to the crowd out here. And we mentioned that people have been out here for a couple hours now. This event was supposed to start around 2 o'clock, but people were showing up here way before then. We saw people around 1:30, maybe even before 1:30, gathering, starting to get ready for this event, as well as the folks who were at the Discovery Green protests you were mentioning earlier, who marched their way from Discovery Green out here to the City Hall area. And we're making our way through the crowd a little bit. And as we approach this area in the distance, you can see some HPD mounted officers. We want to show you that just in front of us. Some police officers are out here on their mounted patrols. We did talk to Houston police a little earlier this week, who told us that they would have both uniformed officers as well as plainclothes officers here at the City Hall protests. And if we walk this way again, you can see just a lot more protesters, even across the street from where the City Hall building is. Now, a lot of folks here say that they wanted to come out here to make sure that their voices were heard, to make sure that they got their message across, and they really wanted to say that they're standing united. That's why we're seeing a lot of folks here from all walks of life. We're seeing people who are older, people who are younger, people bringing their families out. And as you were mentioning, Trayson, a lot of folks here really focusing on the fact that this is a peaceful demonstration. They want to make sure that they keep it that way. That was the case back in June, where again, nothing happened, but police say they just want to be out here to make sure that everything remains that way. We were looking through the crowd, and so far at this point, we haven't seen any counter protesters or anything like that. We do want to mention that obviously all the folks out here are protesting against President Donald Trump. On the other side of the aisle, however, several Republicans are calling this rally and other rallies like it across the country as, quote, hate America rallies. However, the protesters here tell me that they do not hate America. They love their country, and that's why they're fighting for it. That's why they're out here right now. And again, you can see a lot of people hold signs, a lot of different people out here. We did speak earlier to a couple of teachers, professor, another teacher. A lot of educators decided that they wanted to come out here. One professor told us that she wanted her students to also come out here just to spread their voice, to spread their message out here. And we are seeing a lot of signs, as I mentioned, a lot of people saying no kings, a lot of people talking about ICE and saying that the immigration crackdown over the past several months has been really appalling. The last protest, as I mentioned, happened back in June. Since then, we have seen quite an escalation in immigration crackdown, in ICE enforcement across the country, as we've been covering on KHOU and as you've seen on the news as well. So a lot of people say that immigration has brought them out here. A lot of people say that just what they call the authoritarianism in Washington has brought them out here. They really want to make sure that they get their voices across. And we're walking a little bit closer to where we were just a bit ago. And again, you can see everywhere we've been walking, there have been people everywhere holding signs. This one saying liberty. A lot of people of all different walks of life coming out here. And if we walk this way, I want to show you more of these signs here. And I want to introduce you to a couple of the people that we've been talking with since we've been out here. If we come this way, we want to bring in Veronica and Daisy here. You both live in Houston. So first of all, just talk to me about what brought you out here today, why you wanted to make sure that you came here.
Yeah, so it brought us out today, here today, is just the divisive nature of what's going on in our government. It's just time that we had to stand up. It's, we're all stressed out and we're wondering what's happening, and it's what's happening in the government. We're not having a government that's being, led by the people or for the people or representing the people. We have the government of one man and one man alone that's taking over media, taking over jobs, that's silencing the people that, that did not vote him in, when in actuality, when you vote for somebody for the United States presidency, that person should be representing all of us, all Americans, not just one group of people, not just your constituents, but all Americans. So that's what brought us out here today, just to make sure that we stood up united for our country, because we love our country. We don't hate our country, we love our country.
Yeah, we were talking about that a bit earlier. We know that some of the, Republicans have been calling this rally and others like it Hate America rally.
America rally, and that is totally contrary to the truth. Everybody is here today because we love our country, we love America, but we just want to have everybody represented, represented, and that's not taking place right now. And as you can see, this is a very, very peaceful protest. There's people here. I just saw a sign of a little girl that says, "Thank you, Donald Trump, you just created the youngest activist here." So it's a very united front, and we just want, to be represented. We want to have our democracy, because this is a democracy. It's not an anarchy. It's not, just, a monarchy. It is a democracy, and we need to make sure people understand that, and that what we do live under is the Constitution of the United States of America, not just one man's word. So that's why we're here today.
Yeah, and I mean, similar question for you. We're seeing you hold your signs. A lot of people brought signs out here. Talk to us about the message you want to share with this sign and why you are out here today.
We just want to be united and show the people that we're peaceful. We're trying to do the things right way, and just come out, and we're basically sick of it.
Is there a particular issue? I know a lot of folks here are talking about several different things that they believe the Trump administration has been doing. Is there one issue in particular that's really brought you out that you really want to speak about?
Geez, everything. Basically, yeah, everything. You can pinpoint one thing.
Everything. So. Immigration, of course, voters' rights. There's been redistricting. Voters' rights, women's rights. There's been redistricting here in Houston, Texas, and I'm always told that I don't have a voice. And now, essentially, I don't have a voice because of the redistricting is silencing us. In Arizona, Adelita has not even been sworn in as of yet. And so, voters' rights, women's rights. Having immigration. Representing the people. There's been cuts in funding for education, for the Department of Health, the CDC, for pretty much everything that's here for us. Back in June, we had that very awful storm where we had floods, at the camp and everything. And now without FEMA funding, we're not going to be able to even protect our own people. And so that's totally contrary to the message that's being fed to us, that this person is standing up for America, when in actuality he is not. So it's everything.
Veronica and Daisy, thank you so much for chatting with us. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
And Veronica and Daisy were telling me earlier that this is their first time at this No Kings protest. They, in fact, were not here during the June protest. And I want to walk this way because I want to bring in a gentleman that we did speak with earlier who told us that he did come out here to the No Kings protest back in June. We have Justin here. You're holding an American flag. Just talk to me about what brought you out here today.
More than anything else, I wanted to be with my many neighbors here to show our pride in our country. And in fact, I brought 100 small American flags with me and handed them out to a lot of people who were very grateful to receive them. And I mean, there's different subgroups here who have different complaints, but mostly this is an expression of pride in our country and our desire not to see our democracy go down the proverbial tubes.
And you mentioned, pride in your country. You're obviously holding the American flag, handing out smaller American flags. A lot of people kind of on the other side of this are calling these rallies Hate America rallies. What's your response to that?
Well, I think that's quite absurd, actually. We're here because we love America and we hate to see her so tragically misled. I guess that wasn't a very articulate way of putting it, but a friend of mine who's a Republican commented to me that he's been going to No Kings rallies his whole life since he was a kid, on July 4th every year. And I pointed out to him that if he properly understood what was going on today, that he would understand that we have the same values, and that is that we want to oppose the arbitrary rule of men who believe themselves to be above the law. No one is above the law.
And as I mentioned, as I was walking towards you, you told me you were here during the June rally.
Yes.
You're here now. Just kind of describe, does this feel any different? What's kind of the feeling here now compared to a few months ago?
That's a good question. It feels a lot the same to me, except maybe for a little more energy, maybe a little bigger crowd.
Well, Justin, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And Justin is not the only one. We know several people that we've talked to have come out here who were here during that June rally, the first No King's Day protest, which at that point was the largest protest against Donald Trump since he took office. Again, here we don't have an official number, but back in June, we know around 15,000 people came here to City Hall for that rally. Thousands of people are out here now. We, of course, are going to continue to cover all of this here as we continue to make our way through the crowd out here. But for now, Tracy, I'm going to send it back to you.
Orgo, great coverage there. I have to ask you a question. So 15,000 people at the last No Kings protest in the city. Now that gentleman you just spoke to said he thinks there's even more people here. Speak to us a bit about the police presence. Is there a heavy police presence there?
Yeah, Tracy, as we were showing you earlier as we walked around, we did see some mounted patrol officers, but they're not the only ones. This whole area, this whole square of the Capitol area is filled with police. In fact, if we just turn this way, you can see police just lining the sidewalk and the streets here. And this is just one side of the City Hall area, as I mentioned. All four sides of the City Hall Plaza are filled with police officers. You can see them again, mounted patrol units, officers on the ground, officers in vehicles, and this is again just one of the four sides. And the police presence goes even beyond this. We saw police blocking streets, even a couple streets away from City Hall. In fact, when we were trying to get here to park our vehicle to make sure that we could be in place for this coverage, we were also being stopped by police in various different intersections. So there is a large police presence. HPD told us a little bit earlier this week that they would have both uniformed officers and plainclothes officers here just to make sure that everything stayed calm and remained peaceful. Organizers have told us that they do not want anyone to bring any weapons. No weapons are allowed here at this event. They want everything to remain peaceful. So far, that's remained the case. And back in June, everything remained peaceful. So the hope is that that stays that way again this time around. But as I mentioned, police are definitely out here in full force on all sides of City Hall.
You know what? Thank you so much for walking and showing us that. That is a very clear image that there is a very heavy police presence there to help keep everything peaceful in the name of peace, right? Let me ask you this. Everyone you've spoken to has mentioned peace. The organizers have mentioned that this was going to be a peaceful event. What about counter protest? Have we seen any counter protesters out there? And has there been any aggression at all, if there are counter protesters, against the No Kings protesters and the potential for counter protesters?
You know, no, at this point, we haven't seen any counter protesters. We've only seen the people here who came out for this rally, but we have been walking around through the crowd, outside of the crowd, just kind of circling around, have not seen any counter protesters, have not seen anyone holding any signs, you know, protesting against the protesters who are here or any, you know, flat out supporters of Donald Trump. We've just seen the people who have come out here. That isn't to say that there could be a contingent that comes out here, but at this point they have not. And that's another reason that police have decided to come out here, not just because of the protesters gathering for this specific event, but in case anything were to escalate. But as I mentioned, in the hour and a half or so since we've been here, we have not seen any counter protesters and we have not seen any kind of issues arise between the protesters or any problems. We've just seen the people coming to protest and police just kind of being on standby for any issues that might arise. But again, at this point, we haven't seen any counter protesters. We've only seen people walking like this, these women here, just holding signs, making their voices heard, kind of walking throughout the area. As we mentioned, the police presence isn't just near City Hall. You can see down this street, we have more police standing by as well and more mounted officers. And that's just kind of the scene that we're seeing throughout the downtown streets, kind of in this general vicinity. And right now we are only seeing them blocking the streets. We're not seeing any counter protesters, and everything has been pretty peaceful. In terms of the actual people protesting, we have heard them just kind of chanting and joining together, but there haven't been any, you know, really profane language. There's obviously going to be some of that, sometimes, you know, some signage and some of the chants, but for the most part, everything has been pretty calm. You can feel the energy, as that gentleman, Justin, we interviewed earlier, talked about. You can feel the energy, but nothing has gone overboard at this point, and everyone here, especially police, certainly hope it stays that way.
Orko Manna doing a great job as always. Thank you so much. Of course, as we've mentioned, this is a part of a No King's Day of protest that is happening across all 50 states. And we want to take you now to, we're taking you now to Denver. This is a chopper shot of the No Kings protests going on there. You can see folks marching in the streets of Denver there. Again, this is going on in all 50 states. We've seen it in other parts of Texas as well. You see the crowd there growing as we continue to take a look at this. We also see police presence there. Very important part of this, according to organizers, is that they want to make sure that this is a peaceful event all across the country. As you heard Orko mention, no weapons are allowed. This is now Oakland. Take a look at this. A large crowd there, a very large crowd there. And again, peace is the big message here from the organizers that we're hearing. You can take a look at how long that line of protesters stretches there in Oakland. Again, we've seen this all over the country, all 50 states having some portion of the No Kings protest, and organizers are calling it a peaceful pushback against government overreach and President Trump, as well as his administration. Of course, that's their words. This is now San Antonio. Take a look. This is another chopper shot here as we're looking to get a better image there for you. Some of the trees blocking protesters there, but you can still see it's a very large presence there. Signs up, American flags. Important to mention, we've seen a lot of American flags today. Some Republicans calling this a Hate America rally. You heard the man that Orko spoke to earlier saying that this is the exact opposite of this. This is people wanting to show up, according to them, wanting to show up and show their pride in America and demonstrate their right to push back against things that they disagree with, right? We're going to continue to follow this on both sides of the aisle. That's going to bring it up. That's going to keep us here for now. But thank you so much for joining us on KHOU 11. Join us again this afternoon at 4 o'clock. Again, we'll be back at 4 as we continue our live coverage of the protests across Houston. See you then.
Lexi just said, I'm gonna When workers stop, there is no war anywhere because we built this world and we will rebuild it. Just a few weeks ago in Italy, they launched a general strike. They forced their fascist government to defend the global Samud flotilla to Gaza. In Ecuador, the fascist Trump puppet dictator was stopped by the people who are going into their second month of a general strike. If you think we can't do it, you're wrong. So it is not just today. It's not the people that can drive downtown. It's every single Estonian that works. When we choose to stop, this city stops. So now you're wondering how we can do that. I have 3 things that you can do. Join Houston DSA. I'm almost a member for 3 years now, and in the last 3 years, I have been transformed from a regular person to a working class hero. Each of us can be working class heroes. Second, sign our immigrant justice petition demanding that this city, in collaboration with ICE, we will the South, you can't unionize. That teachers
choose to burn down other nations. We can choose
Constitution. We have had the support of Judge Perry. We have had even the support of his good buddy, Governor of Oklahoma Stitts, who currently is the president of the Governors Association of the nation right now. And he called Governor Abbott out. So let's call Governor Abbott out. Okay, thank you.
Buenas tardes, amigos. Soy la abogada Kate y nosotros estamos aquí para nuestros hermanos y hermanas inmigrantes. I'm Kate Lincoln Goldfinch. I've been an immigration lawyer in Texas for almost 20 years, and I'm here to tell you something that you already know. ICE is out of control. This week, ProPublica published a report that showed us that since January, 170 U.S. citizens have been detained by ICE in the United States of America. Of that amount, 50 people were held on suspicion of citizenship, and every single one of those people was Latino. 20 were children. 2 of those children had cancer. 3 of those people were pregnant women. ICE is out of control. And just this month, the Supreme Court, in a case called Vasquez-Perdomo, told ICE that it can use racial profiling when it decides who to detain. That ICE can use something like someone's race, their language, their accent, or even where they work when they decide whether they have reasonable suspicion to arrest that person and put their knees on their neck, kick them, drag them, shoot them, detain them for hours or even days. The Supreme Court is out of control, and Congress passed the big ugly bill that provided $45 billion in funding to detain immigrants. The state of Texas is out of control. You may not know that when an immigrant parent who gets detained, gets deported, sometimes the state fights to keep that person's child in foster care. All of these entities are out of control. We're here today to take back control. All of these organizations that you see around the perimeter are doing really important work in very important ways. Please take the time to go visit them. I will highlight in the back corner back there, El Bus Sin Fronteras. We have red Know Your Rights cards. We have 20,000 of them for free. We have safety planning packets for people to protect their children. So, adelante, y'all, animo! Give her a round of applause! Next week.
path on which the founders set
Good afternoon, and thanks so much for joining us right here on KHOU 11 Plus. I'm Trayson Bragg, and all afternoon we've been following protests happening across the Houston area. This is all part of what organizers are calling the No King's Day of Action. It's a nationwide demonstration with thousands of events planned across all 50 states. Organizers are calling it a peaceful pushback against government overreach, while Republican figures like House Speaker Mike Johnson are calling it a, quote, hate America rally. Meanwhile, closer to home, Governor Greg Abbott announced on Thursday he would be sending the Texas Department of Public Safety and National Guard troops to rallies across the state. And take a look at some video that we shot from Discovery Green, where protesters gathered and then marched their way to City Hall, where the big event is happening here in our area. And speaking of City Hall, here is a live shot of the protest happening right now. You see thousands of people out there right now. This is from our Air 11 chopper, a large crowd gathering for what has so far been a very peaceful protest. We'll be live from City Hall in just a moment. But before we take you to the live rally, we want to share a warning. Obviously, we're going to be taking you through a live demonstration, and our crews in the field will be doing their very best to avoid showing anything that could be considered offensive. All right, with that said, we want to check in with KHOU 11's Orko Manna, who is live at City Hall, where protesters will actually be marching later today. Orko, we checked in with you about an hour ago. How are things looking right now? Any changes, any influx of people?
Let's try that again. Everybody looks up.
Yeah, Trace, and I can tell you that we've seen more and more people show up, and we've actually felt the energy increase as well. Right now, we're closer to the front of the area where speakers just finished chanting right here by the front. And you mentioned that march. The march is actually going to take place pretty shortly. One of the speakers just told everyone to start making their way very slowly to the sides, to the streets, so that that march can begin again momentarily. They were just told, but out here from these steps, we can see just how large the crowd is. You can see all of these folks out here holding their signs, wearing their costumes, making sure that their voices are heard. Again, we talked to a lot of folks kind of circling the area that said they wanted to make sure that they came out here. And we want to walk you down a little bit, kind of past all of these folks here. If we take a look at the crowd over here, I just want to bring you to the side. You can just see how many people have showed up. There are thousands of people out here. We know that during the first No King's Day protest back in June, there were around 15,000 protesters. Right now, it's unclear how many, but you can see that they have packed this whole area in front of City Hall. Again, holding their signs, and you can see them slowly making their way toward the street because we know that the march will be taking place pretty shortly. Organizers have asked everyone to calmly and slowly make their way to the street so that they can start that march. Again, you can see all of these folks over here. And we want to take you a little bit closer to where those folks are. So thank you. We're going to move down these steps here very carefully as we make our way down to where these folks are, because again, they're making their way toward the street to get ready for that march. Now, we're told that the march will happen kind of through the streets of downtown Houston here. The route is not necessarily clear, but we know that they're filing into the streets surrounding where City Hall is, so that's where we're walking as well. And you can see all of these folks kind of making their way, holding their signs, getting ready for that march that has been planned as part of this rally. And we're seeing a lot of folks here from all different walks of life, kind of making sure that they have their signs, that they have their voices heard. And we want to keep walking this way so we can kind of join these people as they're making their way to this march. And we can see that a lot of people are out here wanting to make their voices heard, talking about no kings, kind of speaking against what they call is the authoritarianism that has been growing under Donald Trump's presidency. We can see a lot of these signs here saying protect everyone's rights. People that we spoke with say of various different rights brought them out here. Various different causes brought them out here. Immigration, as we know, there's been a big immigration crackdown over the past several months since that last protest back in June. We know a lot of people out here have been talking about women's rights, and we wanted to ask some folks kind of what exactly brought them out here. So I have a couple of folks here who are from Houston. We were talking about all the people kind of holding their signs. We can see that you've got your signs. Why did you want to make sure that you made it out here for this protest today?
Sure. I mean, we've just got an erosion of due process. We've got an erosion of our Bill of Rights happening every day in this country, and the people that can speak up need to speak up.
And for you, sir, why did you want to make sure that you came out here?
I wanted to come out because, like most Americans, I don't believe we should be starting wars in Venezuela or Iran without congressional approval. I don't believe we should be taking due process away from anyone who's in this country. And frankly, we need to be releasing the Epstein files.
And we were talking about the first No King's Day protest that happened back in June. Were either of you at that one?
We were both here.
So you were both here. Kind of describe to me the feeling out here today compared to then. What feels different this time around?
I mean, honestly, it feels really a lot the same.
And for you?
Yeah, I'd say I think that, a lot more inflatable costumes this time, which we love to see. I mean, look, we're speaking up however we can, and I think that there's more grievances that people have now than we did even a few months ago. But it's the same feeling that we're all in this together and that we all have to stand united, otherwise we get divided.
Well, thank you both so much. I really appreciate it. And we're going to continue to make our way down here. Again, you can hear the chanting that has started as these protesters are continuing to walk through the streets. Now, we know that a lot of police are out here. You can see that their vehicles are lining the sides of the City Hall area, and we've seen plenty of officers in their uniforms, and also we know there are officers in plain clothes as well. And you can hear that chanting out there, but we know a lot of police are out here just to monitor the situation, make sure everyone is safe here, because again, it is such a large crowd. Again, as I mentioned, there are around 15,000 people that showed up to the first protest. Unclear exactly how many are here this time around, but you can hear and see all of them, that there are so many. And from our chopper shot up ahead, or up above, you can also see just how loud that crowd, or how large that crowd is, and how they've started to spill onto the streets. Again, right now you can see that a lot of these folks are kind of getting in place for this march. We saw a lot of people kind of walking to the streets. Now you're seeing them actually in the streets, just kind of standing there waiting for this march to take place. We know that a lot of people here wanted to participate in this because they feel like their freedoms are being encroached upon. We're seeing, as you heard from those couple people that we just spoke with, talking about wanting to really preserve their rights. What they say is an attack on their rights from the Donald Trump administration. And we know that on the other side of this, a lot of Republicans have been calling this rally and other rallies like this and marches like this hate America rallies. So a lot of folks here are kind of speaking out against that, saying that they're actually fighting for their rights. In fact, a lot of people are wearing and showing their American flags, and you can see that this gentleman has this American flag out here as well. And sir, we were talking to a lot of folks out here who are wanting to make their voices heard. Why did you want to make sure that you came out today?
Well, I'm a veteran, man. I'm standing up for democracy. I fought for it, you know what I'm saying? So I feel that DC is not doing their job. So we, the people, have to change it, right? That's why we're marching.
And you talk about the march, you know, it seemed like just in a matter of seconds, all the folks that were in City Hall made their way to the street. You're in the street ready to march. How important is this for you to see all these people come together like this?
Very important. We're united. United we stand, divided we fall. The more people, the better, you know? So I'm proud to be an American. I'm proud of all these people that came out today. Very proud.
And you know, there are a lot of folks here who are out here for various reasons. Is there one particular issue or something that really drove you to want to be out here today? Anything that really sparked your interest in participating?
I think the main thing is like him taking away assistance from, you know, SNAP and Medicaid and stuff like that. But he's sending money to other countries. Come on, America first, okay? Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. And it looks like the march has started to get underway. So you can see all these folks are starting to walk through the streets of downtown Houston. Again, you can see all of these folks here. And we're seeing a big mix of different kinds of people. We're seeing younger folks, we're seeing elderly folks, we're seeing families, including this family over here, kind of holding their signs, saying, "Thanks, Trump, you turned me into a mini activist." I want to talk about your sign here. Kind of why did you want to make sure that you came out here with your family and that you had this sign with you?
I don't really know.
Why does this matter to you? You were telling me.
I want everything to be fair and right. I don't want anybody to be like...
Not have rights.
Not have rights.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, the back of her sign, too, this is something we talk about a lot, is protecting children more than we're protecting our guns. I have 4 kids in public school. One of them has a disability, and there's no way, even if with the protocols of plans of what to do when there's an active shooter, he wouldn't know what to do. There's 2 teachers and 1 aide and 12 significantly disabled children. Like, they wouldn't even be able to do anything. So it's like every day I'm sending my kid to school, praying and trusting and hoping that nothing would happen, because if it did, I have some children that hopefully could get safe, and I have one that probably couldn't. And that's just crushing to me that more parents aren't awake to this, especially here in Texas, that it matters. It matters to protect our children. They're the most valuable thing that is here. They are our future. So that's why I'm here with my kids. I'm proud to be showing my kids, not just teaching them, but showing them democracy. So.
And it's interesting that you mentioned this sign, because we've been talking to folks all day, and someone actually mentioned this sign, seeing you with it, and was very, very happy to see that. So thank you so much for speaking with us. I appreciate it. And again, you heard that woman there talking about gun violence is one of the main reasons that brought her out to this rally and to this march. And a lot of people say various different things have brought them out. Immigration crackdown, as I mentioned, and the all the different issues, women's rights, trans rights. And if we kind of look beyond here, you can see just how many people are over here. And you can see from above, from our chopper shot as well, just how many folks have filed into the streets for this march that again is set to take place in just a little bit as we continue walking our way through the crowd. As I mentioned, some of the protesters have said that they are here just to stand united and they want their voices to be heard and they want to keep everything peaceful. And that's what we've seen since we've been out here. We saw that big law enforcement presence. We've seen police kind of throughout the whole area, but at this point it just looks like they're just here to monitor the situation, make sure nothing gets out of hand, which at this point it has not, which is good news. But we have seen several officers on their mounted patrol units, in their official uniforms, and also in vehicles kind of throughout the area. So as this protest continues to march and make its way through the streets of downtown, we're going to continue to follow them as they again protest during this No Kings rally against the Donald Trump administration. We're going to have more for you coming up in the next hour from this protest. For now, we're going to send it back to you, Trayson.
Orko, again, just an amazing job there covering the protest. The images are just amazing to see thousands of people making their way through the streets of downtown. But I have to ask you, you just mentioned the police presence there. Has there been any aggression at all between police and protesters? Because what it seems like, from what we're looking at here, it seems like a very peaceful nature, which is what organizers are calling for. And it seems as though police and the protesters and organizers are working hand in hand in making sure that this stays peaceful. Is that what you're seeing down there?
Yeah, there's been no sign of any kind of confrontation or anything. We've just seen a lot of passionate chanting, as you're hearing there in the background behind me. Just a lot of passion, but not a lot of confrontation. As you mentioned, organizers of this rally and other rallies kind of throughout the country, that they want everything to be peaceful. They asked no one to bring any weapons. They asked everyone to remain calm. And it's really kind of had a vibe of kind of a little bit of a celebration, so to speak, in that people were bringing some instruments. There have been some chants, some jokes were kind of being passed around. One gentleman kind of passing out water and ice was saying, this is the good kind of ice that we're passing around, again, because it's kind of hot out today. So we have seen just a lot of passion, but not a lot of confrontation. So far, we haven't seen any counter protesters at all either. We've only seen the people who have come out here for this specific rally. My photographer here just stepped up to give you a little bit of a vantage point of what this corner looks like here, this intersection here at McKinney and Smith, just to kind of show you what this looks like as the crowd gets underway. We want to continue to walk a little bit further to where these protesters are going. And you can hear this protest, this chant that we've heard several times at different protests over the past few years. This is what democracy looks like. And this is what they say looks like democracy. Just this group of people, several people from all different backgrounds and walks of life, different ages, all from the Houston area, some visiting from outside the Houston area, just wanting to come together and make their voices heard. Again, for this protest specifically, speaking against the authoritarianism that they say has been growing under President Donald Trump. And again, as I mentioned, people on the other side of this are calling these rallies Hate America rallies. But as we've seen, several people have American flags out here. They say that this is not a Hate America rally. This is a rally to save America. That's kind of the feeling and the thought that we've been getting from the folks here as they continue to march down the streets here of downtown Houston. We're continuing to walk with them, and we're seeing them continue to chant, continue to hold their signs. You can see here a lot of people also wearing costumes, which in this heat has been a lot. We have seen some first responders out here kind of taking care of some people who've maybe been overwhelmed by the heat, passing out some water, some ice, as I mentioned from earlier. But again, Trayson, as I was talking about, this is all just people who came out here for this event. As far as we've seen from walking around the City Hall area, we have not seen any counter protesters or anything that's escalated into any violence.
Orko, again, you and your photojournalist, Noe Isles, doing an amazing job down there covering this event going on, this protest going on through the streets, I should say, of downtown Houston. Thank you so much for the coverage you all are doing out there And now, as we mentioned earlier, this is not just taking place in our area, right? This No King's Day is happening in all 50 states, in other cities as well, here in the state of Texas. And so we're going to take you live out to San Antonio, where a protest is being held there as well on this No King's Day. And the organizers of this protest here and the entire event going across all 50 states are calling this a No King's Day of action, adding that it's a peaceful pushback against government overreach and President Trump and his administration. That's what the organizers are calling it. And you see this here. This is San Antonio. Very large crowd there gathered as well. You can see signs. You can see also flags there. A lot of people there. We've been covering this as well. Again, not just through the streets of Houston, throughout other parts of our area, of our state. This is actually San Francisco going out west. Look at that. Thousands of people lining the streets of San Francisco there. Again, you can see signs. You can see thousands of people. One thing we saw, okay, and then we're going to be sending it back to Orco in probably about an hour or so. But want to point out again, we've seen people from all walks of life, all ages here on this, again, what's being called a No King's Day of action by organizers. But that's going to do it for us right now. Thank you so much for joining us on KHOU 11+. Join us again this afternoon at 5 as we continue our live coverage of the protests across Houston. See you. Good evening and thanks so much for joining us right here on KHOU 11 Plus. I'm Trace Bragg. All afternoon we've been following protests happening across the Houston area. This all part of what organizers are calling the No Kings Day of Action. It's a nationwide demonstration with thousands of events planned across all 50 states. Organizers are calling it a peaceful pushback against government overreach, while Republican figures like House Speaker Mike Johnson are calling it a, quote, Hate America rally. Meanwhile, closer to home, Governor Greg Abbott announced on Thursday he would be sending the Texas Department of Public Safety and National Guard troops to rallies across the state. Now, take a look at some video we shot from Discovery Green, where protesters gathered and then marched their way to City Hall, where the big event is happening. And speaking of City Hall, here's a live shot of the protest happening right now. You see, there are still a lot of people out there. This is from our Air 11 chopper. The crowd does, though, seem to be dying down now. But earlier, we saw thousands of people marching the streets of downtown Houston. It has been a peaceful protest so far. And we'll be live from City Hall in just a moment. But before we take you to the live rally, we want to share a warning. Obviously, we're going to be taking you through a live demonstration, and our crews in the field will be doing their very best to avoid showing anything that could be considered offensive. All right, with that said, we want to get out to our KHOU 11 reporter, Orko Mana, who is near City Hall right now, where protesters began to march during our 4 o'clock live hit. Orko, you were there when the march began. How are things looking now? Seems to be not as large of a crowd there at the moment.
Yeah, Tracy, you were with us about an hour ago when that march started. We were following along with them. We showed that to you live on KHOU 11 Plus. They circled a few blocks around, and that march is now over. So right now we've made our way back to where City Hall is. You can see that the crowd is not as big as it was a little bit earlier. A lot of the folks, once we got here in this area, we saw a lot of folks kind of disperse and walk away with their signs. But you can see here as we cross the street that there are still plenty of people here at this protest, at the rally, people still holding their signs. Not as crowded on the sidewalks surrounding City Hall like this one as it was right before that march started, but you can see a lot of folks still wanted to come out here and stay out here to make their voices heard. You can see, again, here in this main area of City Hall, a lot of people kind of still milling about, definitely not as busy as it was just about an hour or so ago, but people still playing some music, still holding their signs, some people still speaking up toward where City Hall is, and down here below we're still seeing plenty of people write down their messages on the pavement. Some people have brought chalk out here and we're asking people just to kind of write down their thoughts and their feelings and what message they wanted to share. People of all different races and ages coming out here to share their message, both on the ground and up here in person, kind of with their signs and everything that they have to share here. As we were talking about, they did march just a few minutes ago. They wrapped up a few minutes ago. We know that they were coming through the various streets of downtown, and police were following along with them. We know from HPD that they had plenty of officers in uniform and plainclothes officers making their way here to make sure everything was safe. Also making sure people are safe are some of the folks here. If we turn around, you can see that they're holding some water bottles over here. We got some, so thank you. But it is pretty hot out here, and it has been throughout the day, so a lot of folks have been handing out water bottles, ice to make sure people are safe. We did see a couple people earlier kind of get overwhelmed by the heat, but they had first responders here on site taking care of them. Again, back out here, we're kind of walking through the crowd that is remaining here at the protest. People still holding their signs. You can see this sign here saying "No King." There's a lot of signs that say that, and that kind of harkens back to the name of this rally, which is the No Kings Day of Action. No Kings kind of mentioning that people believe here, they believe that Donald Trump and his presidency is kind of mimicking the British monarchs, hence the name No King. So that is the reason why a lot of people have those signs. A lot of the chants that were happening during the march, people were saying this is what democracy looks like, and that is what democracy looked like according to them. A lot of folks from all different backgrounds coming together to make their voices heard. Again, here we were out here in this particular area probably during our 3 and 4 o'clock hits, our 2 and 3 o'clock hits, and it's much emptier here now than it was just a little bit ago. But again, you can see a bunch of folks still have their signs out, people still walking around. But if we just kind of look over here, you can see, we can actually see the ground. We can see the grass and the concrete and the pavement. Earlier, that was not the case, but how many people were out here just kind of filling this whole area in front of City Hall. And we know that a lot of people here just say that they wanted to make their voices heard this time around, even though a lot of them came out here to the first No King's Day protest that happened back in June. That at that point, that was the largest nationwide demonstration since President Trump took office. Out here, we can see that earlier there were thousands and thousands of people. We know in June that there were around 15,000 people that came to downtown Houston, to City Hall for that protest back in June. Here, it's unclear exactly what the exact number is, but we know that thousands of people were here just looking at our chopper shot from earlier, kind of looking from above, seeing all the folks we saw, just how crowded it was outside City Hall. You can see that Houston police are still out here in full force. Here are some of the officers wearing their uniforms. This is actually where the rally started, or excuse me, the march started just over an hour ago. Folks were lining up on the street. Police were kind of with them on the sides, kind of walking with them as they made their way through downtown. And some vehicles were also behind those people as well as they were kind of marching. That march has ended. The mounted patrol that was kind of blocking this area off, they're still out here. You can see those mounted officers kind of just stationed off to the side there, just kind of monitoring the situation, making sure everything remained peaceful. And that's what we've seen out here since we've been here, is that people have been very passionate, very vocal, a lot of chants, a lot of emotion, but there hasn't been any confrontation, any issues. Everyone's been pretty respectful and pretty calm throughout this whole process. And again, we've been talking to folks kind of throughout this whole area who say that they wanted to make sure that they came out here for various reasons, if it was because of immigration due to all of the increases in ICE presence, or trans rights, women's rights. A lot of different factors brought people out here today, but people are continuing to stay out here. It looks like, as you mentioned, things have kind of died down a little bit. As I talked about, people came from the end of the march, started dispersing, but there's still a pretty decent crowd out here as they continue to make their voices heard here in downtown Houston. Now, this is one of more than 2,500 planned demonstrations across the country, and one key facet of this rally and other rallies like it throughout the country is that organizers wanted everyone to be peaceful. Everyone wanted to remain calm. They told everyone, don't bring any weapons, don't bring anything that can cause any issues. And that's what we've seen. We've seen no one kind of rock the boat, so to speak, just people kind of being very vocal about their thoughts and feelings about this. And over here, again, you can see just more people kind of milling about, Houston police officers making their way through the area near City Hall, some music blasting as well, and more people kind of taking to the sidewalks, taking to the streets, writing down their messages in chalk. And a lot of people are also dressing up. We saw a lot of people wear inflatables, as we've seen throughout the country. We also saw a lot of people wear crowns. You probably saw some earlier just in this live stream, people wearing crowns to go along with that theme, the No Kings protest. Again, Houston police still out in full force, kind of a couple gentlemen here in their tactical gear. Again, police really haven't had to do anything. They've just been walking around, stationed in various areas around City Hall. And then we want to walk our way here toward the front. This is where the steps of City Hall are, where the speakers were chatting on the steps throughout the day today. And here, just a couple hours ago, there was no way we could have walked through this area because it was completely packed with people, especially because it's so close to where the stage is. But now we're able to kind of walk through. A lot of people have left the area, but again, you can see a lot of folks still just kind of milling about, still holding their signs. We are seeing some of those signs now in the trash, as some people have left. This sign here saying No King since 1776. A lot of those signs that we saw throughout the day. And so again, we're here just kind of walking through, seeing who's left out here in this crowd as they continue protesting against Donald Trump. Again, 15,000 people showed up during the June protest. It's unclear exactly how many people showed up to this protest, but we know just from being out here, walking around, and from Chopper, from Air 11, that there were several people that came out here, potentially rivaling the crowd that was out here in June. So we're going to stay out here, see who else we can talk to, but for now, Trayson, we're going to send it back to you.
Orko, we want to ask you mentioned peace, right? That's a very important message. According to organizers, they wanted to keep this peaceful. Do have to ask you, has there been any presence of counter-protesters out there? We've seen a large police presence, but has there been any protesters coming out there to counter what the folks you've been speaking to are saying?
Well, Tracy, as far as we've seen, we have not seen any counter protesters here. All that we've seen are just the folks who decided to come out here for this specific event, the people who say that they're fighting against Donald Trump and what they call his authoritarian regime in Washington. We know that some people on the other side of the aisle and the other side of this issue have said that, they're calling this rally and other rallies like it Hate America rallies, but that is not what protesters out here say. They say this is actually a rally to save America. As we know, when it comes to large demonstrations like this, sometimes there can be the other side, some counter protesters, but again, as far as we've seen, we have not seen any of those folks out here today, and we've been walking all throughout this area near City Hall and following along during that march as we were in our last hit about an hour ago, and we have not seen any counter protesters or anyone really, speaking against the people here. It's really just been the folks who've come out here to make their voices heard. So that is good news. Police, of course, said that they wanted to make sure that they stayed here on site to make sure everything remained peaceful, and it looks like that definitely happened. Trayson?
Orko, we have to ask you this. We've seen you speak to people from literally all ages, seeming to be all walks of life. We now hear the music in the background. It seems to have been a pretty positive energy, a pretty positive vibe out there. Have you seen any aggression from the crowd, or has everyone seemed to kind of share that positive vibe? You saw the colorful, obviously you pointed out the colorful chalk on the ground. Have you seen anything else other than positivity?
No, I mean, obviously there are some people who are very, very vocal about, being against Trump and had some choice words to say about him. But in terms of the actual protesters out here, there's not been any confrontation, any issue, any, violence or anything of that nature. You mentioned kind of the colorful chalk on the ground. It's really been kind of almost the feeling of a celebration of coming together. And that's a message that we heard from a lot of folks here, just about the unity of people here. And I want to bring one of the protesters out here. We were talking about a lot of the people here wanting to come together, share their voice, make their message heard. Yeah. How do you feel about kind of the vibe of this event? How has it been for you?
I mean, to me, I think it's really about sending the message. Donald Trump has said that he has this mandate, and it's about showing that not everyone believes that, to give everyone else that hope of we can take back democracy, we can make America what we know it is and what we know it wants to be.
And as far as you saw, out here, did everything kind of seem like it was calm and everything was pretty peaceful out here?
Everyone was super calm, everyone was happy to meet other people, just being social and showing that, the people are here and we're the strongest part of America.
And were you out here during the June rally that happened a few months ago?
I wasn't actually. I was, I believe, in Austin at the time and didn't attend a No Kings protest and saw all the posters on my way to work this week and was like, I want to show up, I want to make myself heard.
Yeah, and that's an interesting point because we talked to a lot of folks who said that, this was their first time coming out, and also a lot of folks who were out here in June who said, things have gotten worse. We want to make sure that our voices continue to be heard. So thank you so much for chatting with us. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Again, and we told you earlier that about 15,000 people came to that June rally, and potentially the crowd might be even bigger this time around, just given gentlemen like that who say that they didn't come here in June but wanted to come out this time around. But as far as kind of the feeling out here, it's been pretty calm, pretty stable. Everyone's been kind of enjoying themselves, so to speak, just kind of being together in unity to share that message. So again, no counter protesters as far as we've seen, and no issues as far as we've seen as well. Police just staying on site to make sure everything remains that way.
Well, we hope it definitely remains that way. And Orko, Mana, both you and your photographer, Noe Islas, doing an amazing job, amazing coverage all day. Thank you both for what you all are doing. All right, we want to give you a heads up again. This is, we've been covering what organizers of the event have been calling a No Kings Day of Action, adding that it is a pushback against government overreach, according to them, and President Trump, as well as his administration. It has been taking place in cities throughout our nation, in all 50 states, including, of course, right here in Texas. We saw, obviously, our area. We saw San Antonio. We saw Austin, Dallas as well today. So this has been a very large event, again, a nationwide event. But that's going to do it for us. And thank you so much for joining us. Be sure to join our live show at 6 o'clock right here on KHOU 11+. We'll have more live coverage of the protest here in Houston, as well as some other headlines. We'll see you then.